see some of the images and the video that has been shown to the jury. And I think the court can take notice of the fact that we have desperately tried with the technology here to be able to see it at our desk. The lawyers have been moving around to the courtroom to see what's on the screen. He's just not been able to see it. And so because of that, we've just made a request this morning, two things. One, that the screen be pushed back for now to a place where he can see it. That way, when he's looking at it, he can talk to us about what it is that's on the screen. And two, we're going to get back with the IT folks here in the building and see if they can do something to cure the problem that we're having, so we can see the video and images.
Can we use that?
We're going to check, I asked them to call IT to see what type of capabilities either that screen or this screen could have.
I don't have a problem if you want to use that screen to put it up on the bench and face it out, if that will work. All right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we all want to change it.
Okay, well, all right, then I'm not going to mess with this. At the break, we can do all that? See if it can be done.
Okay.
All right, may I ask this? Could Mr. Harris and Mr. Rodriguez swap places and security-wise with court personnel? Does that pose any problems?
No problem.
That right there would be helpful. And then we'll work on the other piece. Now, what says the state with regard to this?
With regard to that, Judge, I know it hasn't been brought to the court's attention until right now, so we haven't been able to address it. But I just would like, on the record, if the defendant is satisfied with this remedy, I just want to get that on the record that this alleviates any of his complaints.
Well, all right. For the here and now, I think that's valid, and then we can see if whatever remediation we come up with at the break is acceptable at that point as well. What do you say to that?
Just, we've tried to work, we have tried to work with this from the beginning. For right now, as long as he can see the screen, we're good.
Well, you need to go ask him.
We've had this conversation. Ross, you're okay if you sit here and see the screen today, right?
I sit there.
Yeah, you sit in the middle right here.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
If he's not able to see it, I'll bring it to the court's attention.
All righty. And then we'll work on something additional at the break, see where we can go.
We've got the weekend, so hopefully a couple of days we can get it resolved. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead before the jury comes in, because I'm going to bring them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I do.
All right, well, I'd like the record to reflect that the first that this was brought to the court's attention was this morning, and I'm appreciative that it's been called to my attention. And I think we have remediation at this point that is acceptable to the defense. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then Mr. Sharon will get with IT folks. And also, this is Judge Kelly's monitor, and Judge Kelly is one of the most knowledgeable people about technology around that I'm aware of. So perhaps an interface with him would be good. Because, I mean, I don't see using his stuff without being nice enough to say please. All right. Is there anything else at this time?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Let's bring the jury in.
That's all right for the jury, please. Yeah, you should be able to see it. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. It's good to see all of you. Lovely day we have to start off with. We started these schedules starting earlier. I just wanted to re-mention something that I may not have given you enough detail on. We can convene court at 8:30, which we are doing. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get you all in the courtroom at 8:30. There are invariably at breaks lots of things that are going on to do with the case, to do with getting it in front of you. You know, practical things. Are the machines working properly? We've had some, problems. Either the courtroom's new to us or different little issues that go on that very often cause delays, because if we can't get the evidence in front of you, there's no reason for you to be in the courtroom, and you never know. I've seen many a trial when everything's queued up to go, like to play a tape that was taken of an interview, and I've seen the lawyers in my courtroom get it all ready. They're playing with it. It's all going. As soon as we get in the courtroom, as soon as the jury gets there, as soon as they push the button, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there's a lot of work that's going on to make sure that when we go, we're good to go. So when there are delays, please be understanding. It's not that we're sitting around drinking coffee, eating donuts, chit-chatting about the weather and our kids and our pets and blah, blah. No, we are really doing everything we can to get you all in here and present the case to you. We're working really hard to make sure that when you get in here, you can work as well. So there's been some bits and starts, and Mother Nature has not been our friend. So that's one thing that's beyond anyone's control. And I just wanted you to know that we're on schedule, we're doing what we need to be doing, and I just want to remind you all of that little fact that when there are delays, it's not unnecessary. It is necessary to the proper presentation of this case following Georgia law. And I appreciate your courtesy in understanding that. Let's proceed.
Wesley Houston.
Be seated, please, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You could start by introducing yourself to the jurors by giving them your first and last name and spelling it for the court reporter. That's this gentleman seated right here to your right.
Wesley Houston, WesleyHouston.
Mr. Houston, where are you employed?
Home Depot,
What do you do for the Home Depot?
corporate security officer.
How long have you been an employee of the Home Depot Corporation?
For Home Depot, nearly 2 years.
And what other work experience do you have leading up to the Home Depot Corporation in the area of security?
I used to work as a contract security officer for security management services for Home Depot.
And how many years did you do that work?
A little over, almost a year.
Specifically, what location do you work now with Home Depot?
Work at the Cumberland campus of Home Depot.
What is the street address at the Cumberland campus?
You have three actually. It's 2580, 2600, and 2690.
Could you describe what those three comprise of? What's on each address location?
The treehouse is 2600. 2580 is HR services. 2690 is customer care.
Could you explain to the jury back in 2014 where you were working and how you split your time, what your schedule was like?
In 2014, I was at corporate offices. And at the corporate offices, we have the LAA, Little Apron Academy. So if I wasn't working a console in the main building, I would be working in the Little Apron Academy.
What days of the week would you typically be working at the Treehouse location in June of 2014?
Tuesday and Wednesday,
What were your hours on Tuesday and Wednesday?
2:30 to 6:30.
Specifically at the Treehouse location, where would you be stationed during the day?
Front console in the lobby.
Could you give us a little bit of an explanation about the setup of that area?
But when you walk in, you walk directly into the lobby area. To the left, or to my left, if I'm sitting looking toward the door, you have a sofa or bench to your left and to your right. You have the console immediately directly in front of the door, and a monitor, a TV on your right-hand side by the security console.
And how do employees of the Home Depot Treehouse location enter and exit that facility?
They have to go in and out a turnstile. They have to use their badge to go into the turnstile and exit the turnstile.
Are there records made of those entries and exits into
Yes,
the
it
building,
is.
out of the building? As part of your regular job duties at the Home Depot, working at the Treehouse location, did you have regular interaction with the employees on that site?
Yes.
If you could describe what type of employee interaction you had from that console position where you were stationed.
Typically, me, myself, I like to speak to whoever's coming in the building, who's ever exited the building. So if you came in, how you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, whatever. How you doing? And as you leave, have a great evening. That's the gist of it.
Back in June of 2014, were there any of the employees at the Treehouse location that you knew by name, either first or last name?
Yes,
And were there some that you did not?
correct. There were some I did not.
And would you say that back during that time you were familiar with the employees that worked in that building location?
Yes.
Looking around the courtroom, sir, do you see anyone that you recognize to have been an employee at the Home Depot Treehouse location while you were stationed there?
Yes.
If you could please tell me where you see that individual and what he's wearing.
To my right, excuse me, brown jacket, brown suit, blue tie.
The gentleman that's standing at this time?
Yes.
All right, sir, you can take your seat. Your Honor, if the record can reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Justin Ross Harris.
The record may so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Houston, if you could tell the jury about the types of interactions you would have with this defendant, Justin Ross Harris, during that time.
Well, with him, it was generally, how you doing? If you came into the building, when you left, have a great evening. That's it.
Was there ever any other discussion about personal life, family, or anything like that?
None whatsoever.
Did the defendant ever engage you in any type of conversation?
No.
Let me ask you about your familiarity with the defendant's family. Going back to your employment with the Little Apron Academy, were you aware that this defendant had a child?
Yes.
If you could explain how you know that.
Well, he would bring his son in, drop him off in the mornings, and I guess he would go to work after that, I can't say where he went from there, but he would drop Cooper off.
If you could explain to the jury, when you worked at the Little Apron Academy, was it a similar setup with a console, or where would you be stationed or work at that location?
I could either be on the bridge, which means he would come in through the B console building, come by the B console or near the B console, and he would go in from kind of like the back way into the Little Apron, or if I was working at the front door of the Little Apron, he would come in from that angle, from that point of view.
During those occasions that you observed the defendant with his child, did you ever see him stay in the classroom for any length of time or spend any extra time with his son when you dropped him off?
No, I didn't.
Taking you back, Mr. Houston, to a specific day, June the 18th of 2014, you have recollection of that day?
I do.
Right. Were you working that day at the Home Depot Treehouse location?
I was.
All right. And as you were stationed at the console that afternoon, do you recall whether or not you saw the defendant exiting the building on that day?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what recollection you have about what you saw that day and what conversation you may have had with the defendant on that day?
That particular day, as I said earlier, when people leave the building, I'll say, have a great day, or have a great evening, something to that effect. That particular day, when he exited the building, or after he hit the turnstile, get ready to go out the building, have a great day, have a great evening. He said, you too, something like that. He was going to the movies.
Had the defendant ever told you about any of his personal activities before that day?
None whatsoever.
And did that get your attention?
That did.
At some point later, did you then become aware that someone was looking for the defendant, Justin Ross Harris?
I did.
Right. Who did you see, and how did that come to be?
Terrell Dudley came from the Little Apron with a female behind him walking into the treehouse. And that struck me rather oddly because he's across the street at the main campus, and we're, over at the 2600 campus. And when he came in, it was like, wow, something's really wrong, because I saw this lady walking behind him, but he had a pretty quick pace about himself, and she was behind him coming into the building. But it was just odd that he was there, so I knew something was wrong with this picture, because that's not where he's located at.
At some point, was your attention drawn to the fact that the individual that Mr. Dudley and this woman were looking for was the defendant, Justin Ross Harris?
Yes.
And did you learn the relationship of the female to be the spouse of Justin Ross Harris?
Yes.
All right. Describe what were you doing at the time, and of course, without repeating anything anyone else said, what were you doing to facilitate the request of finding the defendant?
We have this system called Pro Watch where we can look a person up. All we need is their name. And so I did that, and I noticed that it was Ross Harris that she was looking for, or that they were looking for, actually.
Does that system bring up a photograph of a person if you type in a name?
It does.
All right. And did you do that on that day?
I did.
At the time that you did that, did you make the connection that the person on the screen that you looked up was the same person you had just seen leave the building?
Absolutely.
All right. If you can tell us, Mr. Houston, about the recording system in that lobby area, where are the cameras and what do they capture?
The cameras captured the turnstile exiting the building. So you can see a person coming in and going out the building.
And to your knowledge, was there a record made of the recording of the defendant leaving the building that day?
Yes, it
And
was.
have you had the opportunity to review that video?
Yes, I did.
This time, Your Honor, I'm showing Mr. Coburn. Mr. Lumpkin, what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 317. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Houston, did you have the opportunity before court today to take a look at a blue thumb drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize what I'm handing you now to be a blue thumb drive that you reviewed a video recording on?
Yes.
And does that thumb drive include a record, amongst others, of June the 18th of 2014, where the defendant, Justin Ross Harris, exited the building?
Yes.
All right. And is it an accurate depiction of the events that you see there on that date?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, for purposes of tendering with this witness, because the thumb drive has several other recordings, I've informed Mr. Lumpkin we're tendering the actual drive, but I will only be publishing the video clip for which Mr. Houston would be able to testify to at this time.
We have that understanding, I think that's perfectly fine, we may revisit others if it's appropriate.
All right, it's submitted with that limitation.
Thank you. I may have permission to publish to the jury.
You may.
And Mr. Houston, while I'm putting this thumb drive in the system here and queuing it up, when the defendant spoke to you that day when he left the building and told you he was going to the movies, Do you recall whether he mentioned the name of who he was going to the movies with?
Yes.
Who was that?
Winston, I think it was. Was it Winston? Last name Mullins. I definitely remember Mullins.
Do you see that okay, Mr. Houston?
Yes, I can.
And is everybody able to see that video clip? What did we just see at that moment?
You saw Mr. Harris exiting the building. You saw he panned to the right a little bit. I spoke, he spoke, and he said he was going to the movies and walked right on out the door.
Mr. Houston, I'm going to test your eyesight right now.
Okay.
This screen's very far from you, but I'm going to ask you, are you able to see the date and the time here at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can't, you can step down, if that makes it
I can see
easier.
it.
All right. Can you tell me the date that is reflected in the bottom here?
6/18/2014.
Can you read the time?
4:15, 27, 28 seconds.
All right. And Mr. Houston, those records that we spoke of with the turnstile, have you had the opportunity to review those?
I did.
Okay. Just a minute to close this out.
Sure.
Actually,
That's right.
do you need
Before
a-
we close it, I didn't get to see it. I didn't get over around here fast enough.
I don't mind replaying that portion.
That'd be great if you
All right.
would. That was very quick.
And Mr. Houston, actually, I do have a couple of follow-up questions to ask you about the layout. And are you still able to see this okay?
I do.
All right. And looking here, you had described for us your workstation. It was, I believe you used the word console.
Yes.
Is that going to be over here to the right side of the screen?
It's to the right, absolutely.
And if you could describe for us, looking across, I believe I see a white bench.
Right.
When Leanna Harris came over with Mr. Dudley, where was she in? Was she in this same small area?
Yes.
Where was she spending her time when all of this was going on?
Mostly on that bench,
All right, seated here,
seated there.
and looking out where the defendant is going out a door. Did Mr. Dudley and Ms. Harris come from that direction or somewhere else?
They came straight in where he's exiting.
Is there anything else of note in this front area that we cannot see?
You have a big screen TV to the right. If you're looking at the very end turnstile, to the right of that on the wall is a big screen TV.
And when you're using your hand, it looks like you're using to the right over here.
Absolutely.
Where Mr. Harris is walking, all right. And you said it's a big screen. Approximately how large is that screen?
Probably 50 or so, if not better, but maybe 50 inches.
Does that monitor stay on all day?
It stays on until we leave. So that was 6:30.
What types of TV or movies or shows or whatever may be on that monitor can you describe for the jury?
Suppose we watch CNN, HLN, but at 4 o'clock, you know, if anybody watches TV and you watch CNN, HLN, or even Fox, I guess, it all becomes a loop. So, you know, me, I got tired of looking at the loops. People want to see, weather and traffic, and I want to see something other than just the loops all day. So I would change the channel and put it on Channel 2 News, which is WSB in Atlanta.
On that particular day,
Mhm.
do you recall whether you had the local TV station?
I had the local TV station on.
Was the local news playing during the time that the commotion was taking place with Mr. Dudley?
That it was.
All right. And if you could describe for us what was on the TV screen that you saw?
It was breaking news, but we didn't really catch it all. We caught the tail end of it during all the commotion. So once the breaking news came back through again, that's when, you know, we discovered, we put one and one together.
At some point, while you and Mr. Dudley were working at the computer station looking at the records, did you take notice of what Ms. Harris was doing?
Yes.
If you could describe.
She was sitting down at that point. just, you know, like she was just cold. Like when she walked in, she had emotion. When she, you know, as time passed on, emotions faded away as she was sitting there.
And did that ever change during the time that you were able to observe her that afternoon?
Her emotions?
Yes.
Her emotions changed drastically because when she first came in, she had a whole lot of steam. And as time went on, her emotions died out. It was like, oh well, she was just sitting there like nothing happened. To me, as a parent, you lose a child or you see some breaking news or something, you're full of emotions. She didn't have any at that point. She was just there and nothing. She didn't say nothing. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She didn't show any emotion. All she said was...
No, and let's not talk about what she said, but
Okay.
let me ask you a follow-up question to what you just talked to the jury about. During the time that you're making all of these observations, was there conversation amongst the three of you, being yourself, Mr. Dudley, and Ms. Harris, about what was on the TV?
She's... well...
Was there conversation?
The conversation, yes, it was a conversation.
All right. And at some point, did someone from the police department come to the building?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how much time passed before officers or detectives arrived at that location?
It's hard to say at this point. Maybe 15 to 30 minutes or so.
Did you remain in a close proximity to Ms. Harris during the time that passed before the officers got there?
Absolutely.
All right. And at some point, did the detectives speak with Ms. Harris, or did they take her in an area of the building away from where you could hear or see?
They spoke with her, but she wasn't too far from me at all times outside of that point with the detectives.
And at some point after she finished speaking with the detectives, did you again have the opportunity to view her as she left the building?
I did.
At any point, did you see any change in the emotions that you observed once the steam had kind of let out?
Nothing. She was still the same at that point.
All right, if I can add just a moment. Thank you, Mr. Houston. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Houston, how are you?
I'm fine. Yourself?
I'm doing great. All right. Just so we're clear, there's at least two locations at Home Depot that you work at, sometimes one being the corporate office and Little Aprons Academy, and then on 2 days a week you're at the Treehouse. Did I get that right?
No, because at that point, I was not over at the Little Apron. I would see him coming into the Little Apron when I was working at the main campus. So I was transferred over to the Cumberland campus in May of 2014.
So after May, you were no longer working at Little Aprons?
Right.
I got you. Okay, I knew I was confused somewhere, and that helps me understand it. All right. So after May 2014, you only encountered Mr. Harris at the Treehouse, which is on the 2600 Cumberland Parkway.
Right.
And the only places that you recall encountering Mr. Harris before that, over the other campus, was at Little Aprons Academy.
Right.
And were those encounters you would have with him, that would be in the lobby area as he brought Cooper to daycare, or might be picking him up?
Right.
Never went back with him to a room or down the hallway with him, anything of that nature?
No.
With, with regards to his spending time with Cooper and that sort of thing, whatever happened in the room, you weren't able to see it from where you were in the front lobby?
That's correct.
And as far as when Ross would come see Cooper during lunch or other times during the day, would you not be working those times that you would not be able to see him on those occasions? Or
I
do you
did
recall
not.
that? You were not.
Right.
Okay. Do you ever recall working at a time, probably around Halloween, when there's some sort of parade where the children are brought through the little aprons and they kind of have a little parade of kids dressed up in their Halloween costumes?
No,
Okay, so you didn't observe that?
no.
And I presume if someone came through your area dressed up as a large Home Depot drill, or any of those Home Depot costumes, that's something you would recognize and see, correct?
Absolutely.
You don't recall seeing that ever occur?
No.
All right. Now, as you worked at the treehouse, in this area, we've got the video up here,
To the right.
Is it a desk or is it are you
It's a
standing there?
console. Now, you can stand if you like, but, we generally sit down, but it's a console there.
Okay. When you say console, that means different things to different people. What do you mean by that?
It's a desk, but it's like a desk and has a husk or whatever you want to call it.
I got you.
But that's it. We have in our computers there. That's it. Plus the big screen TV.
All right. So as you're sitting here and Ross will be coming by and you're saying pleasantries to him coming and going, he'd be able to see you sitting at that area.
Absolutely.
Very good. Now, one, back this up a little bit. All right. This is, are you able to see the time and date still from there? It's like 6:18 at 4:14, 42
Right.
p.m., is that right? Where Ross is at this point in time, would you be able to see him from where you're sitting when he's at that position, do you think?
Yes, you can.
In other words, there's not a barrier or something over here that's off camera that we're missing.
Right.
It's just kind of that glass front goes across that whole lobby area.
The glass front where you see the black along the turnstile, that's it, and then the rest of it is an opening to the console.
Okay, very good. And, all right, the camera just doesn't quite go far enough
It
to
doesn't
catch.
show the whole picture, right?
All right, and, so as you see somebody coming, when that door opens, does it make a sound of any sort?
It chimes.
Okay, so if you're looking down doing something, that would catch your attention so you know somebody's coming through,
Right.
correct? All right, and then that's when you would engage them with have a great day,
Right.
good morning, good night, what have you.
Right.
Okay, very good. And, it's 4:14:45, is that correct?
Yes.
And that door's opening? Or 14:50 now, we see Mr. Harris has left the camera angle. We can't really see the door, but does it appear as though would have hit that door going out?
Right.
All right. So you've got 4 or 5 seconds in there that he's in your area, so to speak, correct? Very good. And what you said to him specifically, do you recall what it was that you said to him on this day, June 18, 2014?
Have a great evening, have a great day, something to that effect.
Okay.
That's all I always say.
Very good. And he responded back to you something similar, you too, or something?
You
of that
too,
nature?
and he was going to the movies.
Did you say, do you recall specifically what he said, the specific words? But
He said, you too, or you do the same. He was going to the movies with a friend.
Something along the lines of, you do the same, I'm going to the movie with some friends.
Something along there.
Okay. Anything else that you recall specifically?
The name. Last name was Mullen, I think.
Okay. So after telling you he was going to move with some friends, you think he named the person he was going with?
Yeah, 'cause we even looked him up on Pro Watch.
Okay. Not then, there.
No,
afterwards.
later on.
And did you know that individual when you looked him up? Did you recognize that individual?
No.
All right, and you're saying you believe it was someone named Mullings?
Something like that.
Okay. Could have been a little bit different, maybe Millings. Does that sound familiar at
I
all?
don't think it was Millings.
Not
Could have
Millings.
been, but I don't think so.
Do you recall if Ross gave you a first name at all?
I want to say Winston.
Okay. All right. And at the time he's walking through and saying that, doesn't capture your attention at all, other than you're talking to him, correct?
Yes, it did, because he never done that before.
Okay?
It's like a public service announcement. You don't advertise something like that. He just would walk out and, have a great day, you too, something of that nature, and you're gone.
Very good. And, but because he told you he was going to movie with someone named Millings, a friend, that caught your attention as being odd or unusual.
It did. And that was out of his character.
Were you working this post 5 days a week after May of 2014?
Repeat that.
After May of 2014, when you came to that location,
Mm-hmm.
were you working this Monday through Friday?
No, I worked that particular building Tuesday and Wednesday,
Okay.
2:30 to 6:30.
So 2 days a week. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. All right.
That's right.
All right. But you recall having seen Mr. Harris on some of those previous occasions coming through and saying goodbye. I guess he didn't say good morning to you because you weren't there in the morning.
I wasn't, right.
All right. And you would never have been there after the lunch hour at 1 o'clock to see him coming in, coming and going. Was there anybody else there at that location other than you and Mr. Harris working there that day? Not at the treehouse, but in the console? Just
No.
All right. And so, this struck you as odd. Did you write it down somewhere, anything like that? Because you thought, gosh, that's so weird, I'm gonna make sure I keep track of it?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you noted it mentally,
I
think.
did.
Very good. And, so, as you saw Mr. Harris, he appeared to be happy about leaving and going to the movies?
Who wouldn't be happy about getting off work?
Absolutely. And especially at 4:14 in the afternoon. You had to work a little bit longer, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And so as he walked through and left, did you keep your eyes on him or anything of that nature because of this unusual comment about going to the movies?
No, I mean, I had no need.
No need to watch him?
Right.
And obviously the rest of that day, things unfolded, and it became a very unique day in your work there because of Ms. Harris coming to the building and the news that you saw on TV.
Right.
And as you were there, when the detectives came, did they talk to you that day?
They spoke with me, but briefly.
Very good. Did you provide them any sort of written statement or anything at that point in time?
No.
And at that point, were you the one who pulled up the name on the tractor system to assist the detectives, or is that with Mr. Dudley when he came with Ms. Harris?
When Mr. Dudley came over.
All right. So when the police came there, did they speak to you more than maybe a minute or two?
They spoke, but it wasn't very long.
And do you recall who you spoke with or how many detectives it was that you were speaking with?
I saw two, but I don't remember who they were specifically at the moment.
But they were the two who spoke with Ms. Harris, ultimately.
Right.
And at some point in time, were you contacted again by some detectives to talk further about the case?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall how that occurred? Did they call you to come see you?
They reached out to Home Depot, and my manager told me that I needed to speak with Captain, I think it's Captain Phil Stoddard.
Okay. And so did you meet with them there at your employment?
I did.
All right, very good. And you spoke with them about these events of this day, correct?
Yes.
Fine. And did they ask you, just kind of tell us exactly what you recall about this?
From the interview with the captain?
That's right.
Well, when he interviewed me, we sat down, we talked about the events of the day and how they unfolded. So, the very beginning of it all, you know, I get to work 2:30, I'm sitting there doing my job. Time passes, change TV. Mr. Harris walks out. We pass, you know, pleasantries or whatever. He mentions he's going to the movies. Okay, fast forward. Mr. Dudley came over to the treehouse again, which I thought was very odd, which I knew something was wrong because, of course, he's working at the main campus again, and he had in tow Ms. Harris. So that right there alone was a red flag. So, you know, after that, we discussed how things unraveled at that point. So once we determined who we was looking for and the time and all of that, we are still in the lobby. We're still, you know.
When you say we, who is
We're talking about myself, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Dudley.
This is back on the 18th.
Back on the 18th.
My question is regarding Mr. Stoddard speaking with you.
Right.
When he interviewed you at
So now with him, it was just he and I there.
Okay.
So,
That's okay.
but while we was talking about the events that, you know, had passed. As I was telling him, when they came, Mr. Dudley and Ms. Harris came to the treehouse, Mr. Dudley had a quick pace about himself. Ms. Harris was in tow, and this is all I'm talking about in the interview. Ms. Harris, she had, like I said, she had a whole lot of steam at the beginning of it all. She was kind of emotional at that point.
If I could start with just a second, because I want to get to that, but I want to try to keep it in time.
Okay.
Did you speak to Detective Stoddard about this encounter with Mr. Harris?
I spoke with him about that.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you just fail to mention to him this comment about, he said he was going to the movie with some friends, Mr. Millings or Mullins?
Perhaps I did.
Okay.
But I don't think so. I don't think I did, but I'm kind of sure we talked about it at some point.
All right. Do you recall if he was indicated he was recording that interview with you?
And he did say, he told me he was going to record the interview.
All right. And so whatever that recording would show us, that would be, well, you not had a chance to listen to it, I take it, to verify what you said to Detective Stoddard.
Right.
Had you asked to listen to that again before you testified?
The recording.
The recording?
I did listen to the recording.
Oh, you have listened to the
Yes,
recording?
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Do you recall mentioning this comment that you told us was so important to you that you made note of it, about him going to the movies with some friends, maybe Mr. Millings?
I don't know if it's on the, I don't think it's on the recording, but I do remember talking to him about that.
Did you have some conversation with him after he turned the recorder off? Or was that the end of the interview?
At the end of the interview, he turned it off, and I remember talking to Stoddard that day of the occurrence. But on the interview, I'm pretty sure I didn't mention his name or mention that fact you were speaking of. But that day, I remember talking to Stoddard, because he gave me his card.
Very good. When he came out on the 18th, and then when he came out later, do the interview.
Right.
Okay. Very good. All right. Now let's get back to the latter part after Ross goes out the door, and you're just kind of doing your job. I presume there's other people coming and going through the treehouse, correct?
Correct.
At the end of the day, probably more people going than coming, I presume, at that point in time. And you indicated when you saw Terrell Dudley come, you know who Terrell Dudley is before this occasion, correct?
Right.
Is he like one of your colleagues in the same security group you'd be working with, or?
He's an employee of that Little Apron Academy.
Okay. You know what he does for them?
I think he's some sort of assistant. I don't know his
Okay.
direct
That's fine.
title, but
That's fine. And the lady that was with him, you did not know who she was.
not at all.
But you noted that his coming over seemed odd, so something was up. And you apparently noted something about her demeanor, that she seemed to be upset, excited, something. How would you describe what you saw?
In the beginning, she was, like I said, she was emotional. She was like, "Where's Ross? Where's my kid? Where's Ross?" You know, as any parent, would be
Sure.
at that point.
And at some point after that, I take it, she's sitting on this bench,
Right.
and you've got the TV on with the local news on, correct? And you recall there being a story about what's happened to Cooper Harris on that TV screen as she's sitting on that bench?
At the tail end of the first clip, we just got a glance.
Right. Didn't get the story.
We didn't get the story.
Okay.
Now, when it came back around, we got the full story, and she was sitting down, and
And was it after that you saw her emotion change?
her emotion was changing as time was going on, was going by. She went from hot to not to me.
Sure, sure.
So-
And that was as she was sitting there on that bench looking at that TV that's right there, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. And you saw her emotion get to the point where she seemed very under control?
She was very much in control at that point. She didn't do anything.
Okay, very good. And you weren't conversing and you weren't having a conversation with her about what she was
No.
thinking at that point in time, correct?
No.
I think you said as the detectives finally came and spoke with her, did they speak with her right there in that area? Did they take her somewhere away from where you were?
They walked outside for a moment or two.
All right. Did they come back in?
They came back, and she came back, and then they left, or they went back outside at least. And when all she asked for at that point was,
Without going into what she said right now.
mhm.
My question, did they ever just take her into the building and kind of get to a room where they could talk to
They
her
may
in private?
have. They may have, but I was more focused on other events, because I still have my job to do.
Sure, sure. So you just don't know if they went in or not?
If they did, they could very well have went in. I can't answer that.
Well, as a security officer, you would have had to let them in because they didn't have badges to get in, correct?
Yes, this is true.
Okay. Do you remember letting them in?
I don't. I really don't.
Okay, fair enough. But you do remember them going outside with her, so.
Right.
Okay. And then coming back in to the foyer area,
Mhm.
and then maybe going back out with her again. At some point, she left, obviously.
She left with them at the end of the day.
Very good. So as you're sitting here, you don't have any recollection that they ever went inside, past these glass doors, or that you let them in?
I don't, but they could have very well been let in by myself or maybe somebody else. But at the same time, again, it's so much going on that day, and I still have my job to do,
Sure.
and I still got to make calls and tell my upper management team what's going on, what's happening, and let them know so they can start doing what they need to do.
Your afternoon became very busy.
Hectic.
Very good. And it could be, you just forgotten if that happened, if you let them in or not.
This is true.
All right. after that meeting with Detective Stoddard, after the event, did you meet with any detective again thereafter, talking about the case?
No.
And prior to coming to court today or yesterday, whenever you had to travel to get down here, you not any discussion with anybody else about this event as far as talking to the police or the district attorney's office or
That's
investigators involved in the case?
No.
All right, very good. Give me just 1 second. I apologize. Between your seeing Ms. Harris go to the detectives that day and when you actually met with Detective Stoddard to do the interview, were you kind of seeing the events that you had a part of unfolding on the news?
Repeat that.
That's a very bad question. Did you see the news about Cooper Harris's death on the news in the days in between the 18th and when you were interviewed by Detective Stoddard?
Did I actually watch that again, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or at the news
Seeing
about it?
News coverage, hearing about it, all that sort of stuff. Or did you just tune it out?
Kind of tuned it out, really, because that was emotional for me
Okay.
to witness that,
Okay.
death of a child in a car. That was hard for me.
Sure. So you didn't watch any news about it, didn't know anything more about it?
Didn't want to know anything more about it.
Fair enough.
That was too much for me as it was.
Fair enough. And so when you had a chance to listen to your interview, when was that?
Today,
Today, as you got, did you come down this morning or come down yesterday?
came down late yesterday.
Okay.
I listened to it this morning.
All right. And is that when you had a chance to meet with the DA's office to kind of prepare you to testify today?
Yes.
All right. And so you got to listen to that interview. Were you able to look at any other notes that you had or anything like that? Okay. All right. And since the time that you met with Detective Stoddard, have you ever seen him again since then?
No.
All right. And, okay, I think that's all I have right now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Houston, I want to direct your attention to something real quick on the screen one more time, if you don't mind. All right, sir. You see that okay still?
Yes.
All right. Could you step down for just a moment? Show us again where you would be sitting at this point when the defendant is walking out of the building.
I'm over here in the black.
And can you see the defendant okay in this image?
Yes, I can.
What side of his body are we looking at?
The right side.
All right. And when you spoke to the defendant, was he walking in this direction?
He was walking, see where he is? The door is right here. So he's walking to the door.
What side of his body would be facing you as you spoke to him?
He's right.
Did he ever have any trouble hearing you?
No objection. He can't speak to his trouble hearing. He can speak to what he observed.
Mr. Mr. Houston, did you ever observe anything about the defendant's interaction with you that led you to believe he could not hear you speak to him when he left the building?
I did.
Thank you.
You can see.
Pretty well.
And as we see on the video, he turns towards you when y'all are having this exchanging of pleasantries, correct?
Correct.
Right there, out the door. Correct? About 3 seconds. Is that right? 14, 4:14:45, 4:14:48. Okay.
Nothing further.
You can be excused, thank you, sir. Next witness.
State we call Ray Yeager.
You solemnly swear from the testimony which shall be to the court and the jury on this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Please.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name and spelling it so the court reporter gets it right?
Sure. My name is Ray Yeager, Y-E-A-G-E-R. Previously was employed as a detective with Cobb County Police Department, retired in January of 2015, and am now a part-time reserve officer with them.
And how long did you work in law enforcement before you retired?
About 31 years.
In law enforcement, what type of, positions did you hold over the years in law enforcement?
I have positions as a road officer, uniform patrol, in training. I was also part of a special operations motorcycle unit, and the last 7 years I was in high-tech crime investigations.
When you started out, where did you start out in law enforcement?
I started out in the city of Miami Beach, and I was there about 20 years. Then I went to Cobb County. I was there 13 years.
During your time in Cobb County, you said that your last 7 years you were did high-tech investigations, correct?
Correct.
And was this at Cobb County Police Department?
It was at Cobb County, yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about what the high-tech unit does at the Cobb County Police Department.
The high-tech crime unit was a squad that would take in, do forensic analysis of digital devices. That includes cell phones, iPads, iPods, computers, gaming systems, anything that had data on it that could be stored digitally on a device, on an electronic device. And as part of that unit, we would then take that stuff into evidence. We would then look at those devices and do an analysis based on the type of crime that was committed, that would be the type of evidence that we'd be looking for on those devices.
How did you, I guess for lack of a better term, how did you get into that?
Well, concurrent with my law enforcement in Miami Beach was a part-time position in patrol. Concurrent with that, I spent 33 years in the information technology industry, and that was the basis of my knowledge in digital forensics and electronic digital devices.
And did you go into college? Did you do college for information technology and stuff like that, or is it something you just got a job and you started learning and working on the job?
As a matter of fact, I'm very old, so I started a long time ago
Yes, sir.
with an associate's degree in electronic data processing technology back in 1968. That was the beginning of my career in information technology. Subsequent to that, I got a bachelor's degree in statistics and a master's degree in public administration.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what, if any, training you had in forensic analysis of computers and things like that, as far as leading up to getting into the Cobb County Police Department's high-tech unit, and then after it, I guess, keeping up with the new trends and things?
The initial experience I had was my information technology experience. prior to coming with the police department, with the Cobb County Police Department. Subsequent to joining the department and going into the high-tech crimes unit, I was then got training with vendors, specific vendors that provided forensic software for us to use in the department. Also had training with the Secret Service, the FBI, and other local and state law enforcement agencies.
And this training, did this involve the extraction and analysis of computers and cell phones and things of that nature?
Yes, it did. The training would include use of the forensic software tools, but it would also include the documentation and disassembly of computers or cell phones as well.
Can you even estimate to the jury how many different examinations you've done over your career as far as technology and devices like that?
In the 7 years that I was in the high-tech crime squad, I did probably approximately 500 cases involving either a cell phone, a computer, some other digital device, or multiple devices on a single case.
Your Honor, I tender Detective Yeager is an expert in the field of forensic examination and analysis of technology.
No objection.
May so testify.
Now, Detective Yeager, turning your attention back to June 18th of 2014. I guess for you, maybe it starts June 19th, 2014. Were you working in the high-tech unit for the Cobb County Police Department then?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what was your role there with it? Were you just a detective within the unit?
Yeah, I was a detective in the unit, one of 4, I believe, at the time, and was involved in doing primarily computer forensics, but would also do cell phone forensics because they take less time, and rather than just letting them sit and waiting for another computer case, we would fill in doing those jobs as well.
Okay. On the 19th of June 2014, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of child Cooper Harris?
I did.
Okay. And what was your involvement initially on the day after his death?
I was assigned to coordinate the analysis of all the devices that were brought in on that case. And there were quite a few devices. There were phones, iPads, and computers as well.
So you were kind of the point man as far as when those things, I guess, were submitted. You decided who was going to do what to them just initially. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And because of the number of the devices, did you kind of have to prioritize after speaking with detectives about what you were going to start with and things like that?
Correct. We did.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about, first of all, acquiring information or extracting information from, let's start with computers, laptops, things like that. When you do a search of a computer or even like a cell phone, are there different types of searches you can do or levels of searches?
There are, let's talk about cell phones first.
Mm-hmm.
The product that we use is called Celebrite, and it has about 90,000 installations across the world.
Is that a common tool that is used with law enforcement, I guess, throughout the world as far as extracting and analyzing information gathered from phones?
It is. It's used by law enforcement at the local, state, and federal level. It's also used by the military. It's a tool that is pretty much the gold standard in analyzing cell phones.
Okay. So tell us about that, then, using Celebrite or whatever tool you use to analyze the data on a phone and the levels you can do.
Sure. There's really 3 levels that when you get a phone, you can look at 3 types of extractions of a phone. And the extractions will depend on the model, the manufacturer of the phone, first of all, the model of the phone, the release level of the hardware on the phone, the software release level that's on the phone, as well as the vendor that provides the phone, whether it's AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, etc. So all of those are parameters that decide what you're able to do. And what will happen is after we've documented all the information that we can externally on a device, like serial numbers and the amount of memory, we'll then attach it to a Celebrite device. And what that will do is once you make the attachment, it's an intelligent connection, and Celebrite will let you know, let me as the analyst know what kind of extraction Celebrite is capable of doing for that device. And there's really three levels. There's a logical level, and basically is if you pick up a phone and you can look through and see things that are on the phone, you can see icons, you can see messages, you can see call logs, things of that nature. That's called a logical acquisition, and that is probably the lowest level that you can do on the phone, and most phones you can do that with as long as you have the PIN to access the phone. Some of them, if you don't have the PIN, Celebrite is still able to get into to analyze the data.
How does an iPhone play into that as far as ease of getting into it if you don't have the passcode?
It all depends on the software, the hardware level, whether it's a 4, 5, 6, 7, 5S, etc. So it depends on the level of that as to whether or not you can get into a phone with or without a passcode. Okay. And that's a function, it's not the function of the analyst, it is a function of the Celebrite system itself.
Okay.
To interject, I do believe that Celebrite was the company that did the encryption in the San Bernardino case, where Apple refused to do it for the federal government. Celebrite came in and was able to do that for the FBI. So, as I said, they're the gold standard. So, those things that they develop as new systems or products come out, they will develop enhancements to the product that we as analysts or as purchasers of their product will receive when we get new updates. Okay. So a phone that maybe we couldn't get into 6 months ago, we may get a new release from Celebrite, and they are now able to get into that phone. So we would be able to then extract the information off that phone today that maybe we couldn't do 6 months ago because of a release.
And with the, you said you started with the logical, looking at the phone, being able to get things. What's the next step? Or
the next step is a file system, and what you get then is you're able to access all the files. A phone is just a little computer, and it has an operating system in it. So you can then, as a file system acquisition, you can get to all the operating system files as well as hidden files for the operating system. Okay. Then the next level is what we call a physical. That doesn't use any of the structure of files or operating systems. What it does is it just extracts. It goes from, if you have 16 gigabytes of memory in a phone, it goes from byte 0, or the first character, and it goes to the 16th gigabyte, the very last byte, and it just extracts every one of those into a file. At that point, it doesn't care about file structures. Then that physical extraction is taken, and there is a program that knows, that has intelligent logic within it that says, what does a message look like? What does a call log look like? What does a phone call look like? What does a query to the internet look like? So it knows what the definition and what the structure is of each one of those pieces of data. Then it goes in and starts at the beginning and says, I'm looking for everything that looks like a call log. Goes all the way through there and says, finds everything that looks like a call log, and then creates an output that says, this is the call logs that I found on that phone. Then it'll go in and say, I want to find everything that looks like a message. It knows the structure of a message. It goes in from the beginning to the 16 gigabytes, and it looks through everything that looks like a message, creates a report, says these are all the messages. And it goes through that iteration over, looking for all the different artifacts that could be on your phone that is data that's on the phone.
Okay. And could you do that on an iPhone?
You can. Again, it depends on the model, the vendor, and the software level.
Okay. And back in 2014, June 18, 2014, when you did this, which type of search did you guys use, and why did you use it?
There was an iPhone 5S that belonged to the defendant, and what we did was a logical extraction on it. It's called an advanced logical because it looks at whether or not there is a PIN that isn't known by the analyst, or if the phone has been jailbroken. And a phone that's jailbroken just means you can put applications onto an iPhone that Apple would normally let you put on. Okay, so It allows you other methods than just logical, but it's called advanced logical because it takes into consideration the status of the phone in doing that logical acquisition of the information that's on the phone.
Okay. Now, with computers, can you describe to the jury what type of search is, how you analyze a computer or a laptop as opposed to a cell phone?
On a computer, the first thing we'll do after we've documented it, we will attach a computer to what is called a write block. Well, let me back up. We'll take the hard drive. Every computer has a hard drive in it. And we will remove the hard drive from the computer if it can be removed. And then we will attach it to what is called a write blocker. And this is a physical piece of hardware that says that any requests to write to this disk drive will go through the write blocker, and they will be intercepted and not allow those requests to be written to the hard drive. Okay, so it pretty much just intercepts them and then throws them away so that they can't be written to it. So when we attach it to the write blocker, then we attach that write blocker to a computer. On the computer, there's a piece of forensic software called NCASE. It's written by Guidance Software. Then what happens with the NCASE, we'll read the hard drive, the suspect hard drive that we want to look at information on, and it will read that from the very first record on the hard drive to the very last record on the hard drive. Again, it'll do what we call a bit-for-bit copy. So all the ones and zeros that are on that hard drive will get copied to another disk that we're going to work with. Okay? And when it copies each record goes through a hashing algorithm that gives you a unique, it's called an MD5. It's a check, like a check digit, a check, not an encryption, but it says that every time I read this record, I'm going to calculate this MD5 hash code, and every time I read, I should get that same hash code. Okay? It does that for every record on the suspect disk. So then when it writes it to the disk that we're going to be working with, every time we read that disk, every time we start it up, it reads every record and compares it to the MD5 hash that we calculated when we read it off the suspect drive and says, this is the same data that we got off the drive, and it does it every time we look at that drive.
So is that a way just to cross-check and make sure nothing's happened to the image or anything that you're investigating? Make sure it's an exact copy.
Yes.
And can you go back and verify that and look at it just to make sure later and say, yes, the hash value?
Yeah, you can do a verification on the copied disk to verify that all the MD5s are correct.
I'm sure probably some people in here are zoning out because it's getting.
I apologize.
So, no, that's okay. That's okay. I'm kind of zoning out. I'm not real smart. So let's talk about something simple.
It's all written down, either much.
Yes, sir.
If is there a difference between the amount of information on like a 16 gig cell phone, not a like wall phone, versus a laptop or something like that?
Yes. Cell phones, you probably can get up to around 64 gigabytes on a cell phone. Gigabytes is billions of characters. Okay, so it's 16 billion characters. On older computers, you're probably in somewhere around 100 to 500 gigabytes. So we're talking about billions of characters. On new computers, you have drives that are terabytes, and terabytes is trillions. And if you know what our national debt is, our national debt's 20 trillion. You can get.
Are you making a political statement?
I'm not. I'm just trying to equate it for the jury to.
Yeah, I understand.
The number of characters.
Yes.
So you have if you have a 1 terabyte drive, you have 1 trillion characters that can be stored on that drive. So newer computers are coming out with 1 to 6 terabyte drives because there's a demand for more and more storage because of the things that we do in our everyday life. We do videos, we do pictures, and those take a lot more space than, say, a Word document, which may be a resume or a letter, which won't take as much space. So we're doing a lot more things casually in our life, so we have a demand for more storage on our computers. So computers have a lot more storage because of that, and therefore take a lot more time to process.
And before you actually go in and do analysis and extractions, do you do anything to document the devices that you are going to analyze?
Yes. When we receive a device, and we'll receive it through a chain of custody in evidence, we will document everything that we can see externally about a device. We'll take pictures of it. We will get serial numbers. We'll get capacities. We will get anything that's written. If you look on the back of your iPhone, down on the back, on the bottom, it gives you a model number. It may even tell you how much storage is in it. So we'll document all that in writing, as well as document it with pictures. Once we do that, then in the case of a phone and or computer, phones can also have SIM cards in them, and they can have storage cards in them. They can have SD cards in them for additional storage. We will take those out, we'll document the serial numbers on those, and also photograph them. In case of a phone, if it can be taken apart, we will take it apart. We'll remove the battery, get any serial numbers that are inside the phone. That isn't the case with an Apple phone. Apple is sealed, and they don't like anybody to take them apart but Apple. So we'll document everything. In the case of a computer, the same thing. Before we take the hard drive out, we'll take the panels off. We'll photograph the inside of the computer from all angles, document any other serial numbers that are in it, either hard drives or any other devices of interest that may be in the computer. So at that point then, we've documented everything that we can see visually before we even start doing any analysis or extractions on the device.
Going back to June 19, 2014, what was your shift back then? Did you come in the morning?
Yeah, I was a day shift. I was, 7 to 3 or whatever it took to get the job done that day. So.
Okay. So when you came in early that morning, was this an investigation that was ongoing and I guess very fluid?
Yes, it was.
Okay. There are a lot of moving parts in between detectives and employees in your division and things like that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I know you stated that you were assigning different detectives or making sure, certain persons were going to do this and that. When you usually in your job as a forensic expert, are you the person who goes in and not only extracts it and then combs through it for evidence, or is that something left to the detective to do later?
That all depends on the size of the case.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, what we will do is we will get the request, and in the case of a phone, because we're limited in storage capacity, the amount of data that we get off a phone we can usually extract, create the report, and provide the report to the investigating detective for them to go through. And the reason we do that is because they are more familiar with the intricacies of the case rather than I am, where they've just handed me a phone and says, hey, I need everything off of this. About the only time we won't do something like that is if we have a consent search. Let's say we have a victim who comes in and said they were a victim of being sent a pornographic picture or a threatening message. And all we're trying to do is get that one picture or that one message. What we will do then is just extract that piece of information, which we can do, just extracts separate pieces, and then provide that to the victim to be provided to the investigating detective. So we do that out of respect for the victim and not to have them waiting for 2 days while we try to acquire everything on the phone as a matter, because that's what we do, okay? We want to make it convenient for them so that their cooperation isn't hindered by us, make them sit around for 2 days.
And when you're doing these things, are you asked by the detectives, and do you have the capability, like you just said, of doing a limited search for something just right off the bat? There's a ton of information, devices. Sometimes they ask you, hey, can you just go look at this?
Yes, we can do that.
All right. In this case, just starting generally, what was your role or the high-tech's role? Was it to generally to just acquire all the information and get it to detectives, or was it to actually pour through everything on every computer that was relevant to the case?
Primarily what we're trying to do is acquire everything. as quickly as we could so that we could get it into the hands of the detectives so that they could start pouring through it to look for evidence in the case.
Now, in this case, when these devices were brought to you, what did you start doing with them initially? Was it the assignment, was it cataloging them or assigning them, or kind of what did you do first?
Well, as they would come in, I would catalog them as to, the evidence control record number and the serial number, what the device was, and then start cataloging it. Because along with the device, before we can even look at a device, we have to have a search warrant to look at the device. Because of the fact that we want to follow the Constitution, and I don't want to be stepping on somebody's rights by looking at something that we don't have the authority of the court to do.
When you look at a search warrant, do you look at basically what the search warrant allows you to look for?
Generally, what we're looking at is what is the crime, okay, and is there anything specific that they want us to look for? Okay. Because a lot of times, for instance, unfortunately in child pornography cases, they will have a hash value of a known picture of child pornography, and they may want us to just find that one picture quickly, okay? So given the hash value, we can enter that hash value into the extraction and find that picture rather rapidly if we had to. But generally, in this case, what we would do is, because we had such a volume of devices, we wanted to just acquire them, create the reports of the smaller devices, so that the detectives that were doing the investigation could then go in and look at those for information that might be relevant or information they may have had from interviews.
Now, once you get this, when you do an extraction, what do you do? How do you get the information to the investigating detective? Like, what type of format do you put the information on?
The format comes out in a report, and it's, if the jury's familiar with web pages, it kind of looks like a web page so that you can scroll through things rather than creating a printed report that you would just have to scroll through and look at as you would, say, a report, okay? Well, it's a like a web page which has links to it that will say, okay, it'll have a thing that will, a label that will say contacts, and you click on that, then it will take you to all the contacts that we found on that phone, okay? Then it may say messages, and you click on that, it would go to all the messages. And then within the messages, let's say you wanted to look at web searches. So there's a label that says web searches, and it may not say that specifically in this case, but it's just an illustration. You go to web searches, and it'll say all the websites that were visited, either by being keyed in or by clicked on, that were done on this device. So it's a report that is in what we call HTML or web format, so that it's easily reviewable by the investigating detective without having to scroll through 3,000 pages of data. It also provides a capability where they can actually do searching through the data that's on that, and it'll usually be provided to them on an optical disc, either a CD or a DVD or a Blu-ray, depending on the size of the report. So that's the method that it'll be presented to them. On occasion, if they say, I just want contacts, or I just want phone calls on a particular day, we will then print that out as well as give it to them on optical disc as well.
Okay, great segue. On June the 19th, 2014, that first day, what was the first device that you dealt with and did an analysis or an extraction on?
Before we go into that, it's probably a good time for a break.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, lotion up pads, keep an open mind, no conversation, have a good break.
All right for the 30 minutes. Just watch your stuff going down.
take a break, but if council could approach, I don't think all of y'all, just a couple of y'all.
This will make you more effective when you steamed up like that. Boy. That's what a good prosecutor needs to be steamed up.
It's my impression y'all spent quite a fair amount of time, shall we say, on the IT issue. And it's also my impression that the person's coming back around 12:30 to continue working, but that altogether we're ready to go forward. Is that a fair statement for the
Yes, ma'am. I
defense?
believe for what we need it right now, we can see it on the big screen and we're in good shape.
Read the jury.
That's all right for the jury, please.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
You know, I'm thinking how many years I've been saying that. I've been in this courtroom 21 years. Yeah. It's been my courtroom for 21 years. Yeah, right. I'm assigned to the judge. Also. Watch those swinging chairs. Please be seated.
Ready to resume?
Yes, Judge, thank you. All right, Detective Yeager, going back to what we were talking about on the June 19th date, 2014, you were given an iPhone 5, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 226. Right, Detective Yeager, do you recognize State's Exhibit 226?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
The property control record number 231559 is for cell phone, Apple i5s cell phone.
And is that the cell phone that you actually conducted an extraction examination on the 19th of June, 2014?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 226 at this time.
Any objection?
I think this time is subject to our previous motions to the phone and contents.
All right, this release stay in place.
Now, Detective Yeager, when you did this examination, specifically with the iPhone, did you go through, and was your job to go through and search everything in the phone or anything like that?
If I could just refer to my report here briefly. What I did was a logical extraction of everything on that cell phone.
And when you did that extraction, did you do any types of searches or anything like that? Or were you asked on the 19th, in addition to doing an extraction, to do a limited search for detectives?
Yeah, according to my report, I also found some additional information more specifically relating to the case than all the information on the cell phone.
And were you asked to look at contact logs, messaging from the day in question, and I guess issues regarding our conversations, communications between the defendant and his wife on the day in question?
Yes, I was. I found a specific contact they were looking for, a call log from the 18th to the 19th, and call logs between this device and Leanna Harris.
Now, other than that, did you ever do any searches on this specific device?
Not that that I recall, no.
I'm going to show you what I marked for identity. Well, let me ask you this. You, hold on a second.
Yeager, showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 318. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 318?
Yes, it's a CD of an extraction of Ross's iPhone.
And have you recently reviewed the contents of this to verify that this is the extraction and report that you did on June 19, 2014 of the entirety of what you could logically on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 318 at this time.
Similarly, it's submitted.
Now, Detective IT was in here messing around with his TV earlier on break, so it looks like something is now not working right. So give me a second to see if I can get this working. I'm going to ask you a few questions just while we're doing this to try to get this process going along. You said you're looking at your reports. Did you do reports in this case?
I did.
Okay, and do you commonly do reports to help you remember what happened back when you did the work on the case?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you do the report in this case?
I did an initial, when did I write this?
Yeah,
report?
when did you write the report?
This was about 3 months after the case, after the analysis was done.
Okay, so basically, the dates that you have in there, is that from your memory and notes from 3 months after?
Right, it would, as I was doing the analysis, I would be taking notes and then transcribe them into the formal report about 3 months later.
And specifically to the hard copy, did you provide a hard copy of some specific information to the detectives in this case?
I did.
Okay, and does your report list June 20th as the date that you've done
Yes,
that?
it does.
Okay.
It does.
Is it possible that you'd actually given them a hard copy or some sort of printout on the day before?
It's possible because I did receive the phone on the 19th.
Okay. Now, what tool did you use to acquire the information from the iPhone in this case, this iPhone 5 that we've looked at in the States 226?
I'm sorry.
What type of, what tool did you use? Was it the Celebrite you talked about earlier?
Yes, it was a Celebrite tool that I used to extract the information from that phone.
Okay. And after it's extracted, what tool or what type of, resource did you use to create the report? Are you familiar with UFED?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, UFED is just it's a universal file extraction tool is what it is. And it's part of the Celebrite package. You get a UFED tool with the Celebrite software, so it's just an extension of that application.
So is it is the UFED basically the style of the report that comes out? Or how would you?
We refer to the report as a UFED report because we use a UFED device with Celebrite in order to extract all the data. And basically the UFED is another small computer.
Now, when you search for this information, this limited thing about contacts and things like that, or messaging from the day of, did you come across a name or anything from a contact that had messaging with the defendant on the date in question?
Yes, there was one particular contact by the name of Angie K., also known as Dark Phoenix 1982.
And was that one of the last messages that he had been communicating, or persons he had been communicating with on the day of the child's death?
It was a contact of interest for the investigating detective, so I would suspect that it was because of the fact that it was one of the last messages he had.
And do you remember if it was something that when you were going through the messaging that you actually you saw this and then you decided this was a contact or something you've been provided, or you were even sure how you decided that this was something to pull?
I believe it was because of the messaging and that identification of Dark Phoenix that we looked for that specific contact.
Had the police had any access to UFED or anything like that at that point to be able to try to find this contact?
No.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to publish State's Exhibits 226 and
Mass, Detective Yeager to step down. What we're going to do, since you did a limited search in this, what I'm going to do is use this as an example to show the jury what you're talking about when you talk about a UFED report, so they can see how it shows up and how you can search it, okay?
Now, what are we looking at here, Detective Yeager, as far as this first screen that comes up when you load the UFED report?
Okay, this is the information about the phone. I can't read specifically, but at the top, I believe it says Apple Advanced Logical Extraction, and it's information about either the serial number of the phone as well as the time of the date and time of the extraction.
And on this phone, the date was June 19, 2014.
Correct.
And the extraction end time was 11:06:04 a.m.
If that's what that says, that would be.
Let me ask you this, would it be easier for you to step over here and look at it from that
Sure,
side?
if I could.
I know this is kind of trial and error in this courtroom to see what works, so, all right. Looking at
Right.
that, okay. What is the end time for the extraction
So
on
the
June
end time
19th?
is 11:06:04 a.m. on 6/19/2014.
Okay, so you finished this extraction that morning?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you were going through, looking at what files are on the phone or things like that, what, can you describe to the jury what these different folders are that we're looking at?
Right, these folders along the side here, for instance, it says analyze data. The first one here is calendar. So it says there's 373 calendar entries on this phone. The next one is call log. It says there's 216 calls that were logged on the phone, followed by chats, contacts, 644 contacts, emails, messages, as well as SMS, short messages. MMS messages are multimedia, would include a picture or a document with it. SMS messages is what you just text on your phone back and forth. If you send a picture, it's an MMS message. So these are all the types of data that were found on that phone.
And when you click on one of these, does it then give you a different window?
It does.
Okay, I've clicked the chat.
Correct. So what it's done is it's opened another tab here. It says chats, 42 of them, and it's a 42 chats here. And what it does is it lists the chats that were on that phone.
Now, going to looking at it, can you limit it based on a date?
You can.
Okay, and I've done it here just for the record, input at 6/18/2014. Looking at that in chats, do you actually see the chat involving a Dark Phoenix 1982 Angie K from that date?
Correct. It's message number 42. It has one attachment, and it's between in Dark Phoenix 1982 or Angie K and Bama XH.
All right. And so when you actually go through and you can pull up these chats and things like that, can you generate, well, I guess you can if you can see this thing that says generate a report?
Yes, you can. You can generate. You can get subsets of all the information that's on here, then generate a report of just that information. Like he showed you, we selected only those on 6/18. Then you can generate a report, which we generally will either print out if it's small enough, or print out and put on an optical disc for the investigating detective.
Okay. Thank you. You can have your seat. All right, Detective Yeager, after on that day having extracted the information from the iPhone, and in that regard, did you do any other searches of that phone, or was your job done as far as that phone? Was that did you eventually turn a disc over that information to detectives?
I did.
All right, now I'm going to turn your attention next to the next day, June 20th, 2014. Did you, at that point, get involved with the rest of the devices, another number of devices that had been seized as a part of this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you tell the jury the list or the types of devices that you actually retrieved on that day?
I worked on a Dell Dimension tower. Upon viewing it, there was no hard drive in the computer, so there was no data to be recovered.
So I think we've already seen that earlier today. Is that kind of a big tower like we
Yes,
used to have?
It's a tower, and when we took the panel off the side, looked inside, there was no hard drive or any storage devices in there that would store data.
Okay, let me ask you just a couple of other, I'll turn your attention to some specific ones.
Okay.
Was there a Google Chromecast that was seized?
There was.
Okay. Were you able to get any information on that, or what did you realize about the device once you examined it?
Well, a Google Chromecast is just a USB drive with a program on it. And other than the program, we found no data on that. And there was no tool to analyze what's on that device. So we found no evidence on that device.
I'm going to just go ahead, I know there's a number of other devices that were turned over to you that day. I'm going to turn your attention just specifically to certain devices, okay? First of all, starting with an Apple MacBook Pro, was there one that you actually did the analysis and extraction on?
There was, and that was one belonging to Leanna Harris.
Okay. And when you say it belonged to Leanna Harris, how are you able to determine that?
The user identified either externally or on a property sheet or very possibly within the computer itself, named Leanna Harris.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233. It's already been admitted.
Ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 233. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
By the, there should be a property control record number. There's 664.
Okay.
Let me just check that. Yeah, okay, that is it.
Okay. And could you go ahead and take that out just to show the jury what this looks like? Okay, thank you. Tell the jury what process that you conducted to do your extraction on this particular device.
Just want to refer to my notes.
Sure.
Okay, I did perform an extraction, what we call an images extraction, where we copy every character for character from the beginning of the drive to the end of the drive to make a copy of that for analysis at a later date. The reason for that is we don't want to corrupt the existing evidence. We want to keep that intact, so we go through the process I talked about before of hooking the hard drive up to a write blocker, making the copy, then we use the copy to do the analysis. When we do the analysis, we don't change the data, but we do keep the original data intact. As an example, if I went into the operating system of the original device and I just looked at things, well, the Microsoft operating system updates about 6,000 files a minute just when you're browsing, even if you're not changing anything. So that's the reason that we work on the copy rather than working on the original.
And did you actually look through this for some data on the computer, not necessarily as far as internet searches or anything like that, but did you look for other like images, pictures, or documents and things of that nature?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And tell the jury how you did that.
Usually what we'll do is we'll go into, the jury I'm sure is familiar with the documents portion of your laptop. It's either documents and settings or a user folder, and then within that you'll have maybe a guest, and then your name, in my case maybe my folder's name, Ray Yeager, as well as other folders where you keep your documents. Okay. Well, within that, then I would go into that, and I went into the documents area and found documents that I thought might be of interest to the investigation.
And also, on the 27th of June, did you actually put this on a disk or a document?
I did. There's besides the EnCase tool that does the extraction and out of which we can do reporting, I used another tool called Internet Evidence Finder. And what Internet Evidence Finder does is it goes out and it looks for any artifact that is a remnant of using the internet. Is it a URL, which is an address? If you say www.jcpenney.com, that's a URL address. Internet Evidence Finder would look for anything that either was a keyword searched on the internet, or a URL typed, or a URL that was actually visited from that computer. So I ran Internet Evidence Finder to create the artifact list of everything that had been on the internet on that computer.
So this is basically the extraction that you performed, and you turned this over to detectives.
I did.
Not only the documents and other things, but this would have had searches and internet things that you didn't actually search or look for, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what I'll mark for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 319. Detective, you identify State's Exhibit 319.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize that?
I recognize it because it has, well, first of all, it's got my name on it, it has the date it was done, the case number, also the original property number of the computer itself that was analyzed.
And have you reviewed that, and is that the actual copy of the extraction you did?
Yes, it is. It's my handwriting.
Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 319.
Same ruling.
Now, Detective Yeager going to do, and not look particularly at anything since you didn't do the searching, but I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 319 so you can explain what you mean by Internet Evidence Finder and how it shows up on a computer, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, shocked that worked. All right, Detective Yeager, would you step down for a second? Let's, I think it works easier if you're beside the screen explaining this,
Okay.
other than us looking over at each other over the side there. All right, looking at what we have here, if you're going on this and you're wanting to look at the Internet Evidence Finder and things of that nature, where should I go to open that up?
Well, that index.html file, if you click on that, that'll bring it up. And HTML is just a language that's used to create web pages. So we create the document as a web page so that you can follow links on it.
Okay, and on this, what are we looking at? What does this show us?
This tells us the date it was created, June 25th at 08:35. That would be AM, because it's military 24-hour time. Has the case number, and then the description of the device that was analyzed. 23664 was the property control of the evidence control record. Keep it in chain of custody, so it was a MacBook Pro on that. And then there are multiple partitions on it, and they're defined there.
And is that your name on it
That's
too?
my name, Zam,
Okay.
as examiner, and I didn't enter any specific notes on that.
Now, looking at the left side of this, what is in this left column here? Explain what we're looking at here.
Well, these are results of internet artifacts. They're specific URLs. There's cloud services, Facebook, Google Map queries, phishing URLs, which are usually malware type URLs. Parsed search queries, that would be any query that was deemed based on the algorithm of searching the data to be a search of an internet service.
Okay, and I kind of moved it on down.
Yep.
Just as far as these URLs or for social media, just divide it up by the different type of URLs
That's
by
right.
identifying what the information is.
Right.
Okay, looking at chat, what exactly? I think it's kind of self-explanatory, but
Right, iMessage chats are iPhone to iPhone message chats. QQ is a chat tool that's out there. These other things are things that are on the cloud
Okay.
as designated by their format.
Now, these other things, does that reflect backups
Right.
is that for a mobile phone, an iOS? Or what is that mobile backup?
Yeah, iOS is an operating system for an Apple mobile phone.
Mhm.
So this is an address book backup of a mobile phone. It was done on this computer, as well as calendar, call logs, and the other items listed here.
And looking at browser activity, what does that show when you get down to browser activity? You go into Chrome, Firefox, and all these things. Generally, Internet Explorer, Safari, what can you find in these different types of things?
What you'll find is anything that was either entered or clicked on while you were in one of those browsers. So this is all browser activity, regardless of what the browser is. Then specifically Chrome is a browser that is a Google product. You can use that instead of Internet Explorer. And if you scroll down, there's Firefox is also a third-party browser that can be used in place of Internet Explorer. And Google Maps is also searching. Internet Explorer in private, what that does is private searching doesn't keep any cache or record of anywhere that you've gone in there. However, some of those artifacts are still stored or deleted on the system so they can be found. And then Internet Explorer is the one that's made by Microsoft that most everybody uses. Safari is one that's usually on your mobile devices, but is also available on computers as well.
Now, when you go to this, let's just look at just generally Facebook URLs. Okay? You click on this, what does it usually give you when you click on that?
What it'll do is it'll propagate over here all the URLs that were in that. It'll propagate on the right. So it's all the Facebook URLs, and you'll notice that in here it's www.facebook, so that's why it knows that they are Facebook URLs.
So, and if you have something like in the Internet Evidence Finder that you wanted to look for like specific words or things related to a case,
Right.
can you type that word in there and see what comes up?
Yeah, you can type the word in the search criteria,
Mhm.
and as you type each letter, it'll narrow down the results that
Now,
you find.
now, does that actually help you find everything related to that specific topic if you research, or is it just something to kind of assist in starting it out?
It's an assistant starting.
Thank you. You can have your seat again. And I ask you, Detective, if you had actually done some specific analysis and extracted some items and put them on a disk as well from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 320 and ask you if you recognize this.
Yeah, this is a forensic analysis report of multiple devices related to this case, created on August 6th.
And did you put that, when you say multiple devices, different computers and things that you had actually pulled from your limited searches and put it on one disk?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender State's Exhibit 320 at this time.
Same ruling.
I'm not going to publish this at this time. Okay, Detective, after you performed the MacBook extraction, I'm going to turn to another device. Did you actually examine a My Passport external hard drive?
I did.
Okay. Now, with the My External hard drive, tell the jury, I think most people may know what that is, but explain what a Passport external hard drive is.
What this is, it looks like a little square box. It's about an inch thick. And what it contains is a hard drive inside of it. It usually has a short cable that's a USB cable that you can plug into your computer, into your either tower or laptop, and then you can use that for storing. A lot of people will use it to store pictures or videos or do backups of their computer onto that.
Okay. Now, in this case, did you actually physically examine it on June 23rd? And you can refer to your, I know there's a lot of stuff, so I'm sure you don't have free recall of it.
Yes, I did an examination, physical examination, and took photographs on it. I didn't acquire that until July 8th.
And when you acquired it, did you get some information from that too, and just put it on a disc as well?
I believe so. According to my report, I didn't see that I did any extractions other than the acquisition.
Okay. And with the, would you run Internet Evidence Finder or anything like that on a hard drive,
Yes.
external hard drive?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn your attention to a couple of other computers and things of that nature, showing you what's get all these right. What's been marked as States Exhibits 298, 299, and 300, they've already been admitted. All right, Detective, showing you States Exhibits. First, we'll start with 298.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
Property control number, 250983, that is a SanDisk SD drive.
Now, that's already been admitted as something seized. Looking at that, did you actually find anything of note after searching 298?
I don't believe so.
Were there several items that you looked at and you did not find anything notable?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is a SanDisk 2 gig SD card?
SD card is, phones can have little additional storage. 2 gig is 2 gigabytes. SD card is just a serial disk. It's a small little chip that you can stick into your phone or into a computer and has additional storage.
And I'm going to show you now what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 299, and another one of these that I think you didn't really find anything of note on.
Right.
Do you recognize that one?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It says a SanDisk Cruiser. One of these was mislabeled on the original, and I corrected it in my report. Let me just see. This one is labeled correctly. It's the one I looked at previously. It said a SanDisk. It's really a PNY SD card.
And that, when you said the one that was mislabeled, we're talking about 298, correct?
Correct.
And 299, again, nothing notable found on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and talking about the external hard drive passport that you looked at,
Right.
just showing you what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 300, is that what you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
And eventually, later in August, were you provided an older, what you found to be was an old work laptop that had belonged to the defendant, he had used sometime a while back at Home Depot?
Yes.
Okay, and when you looked at that, tell the jury what type of device it was, what you did, and if you found anything of note.
This was, I believe, was a Lenovo ThinkPad. It was the second one we had received. It was owned by Home Depot, and it had a full disk encryption on it, so we had to get the encryption key back from Home Depot, which they provided us in order to extract the data off of it. And as I recall, we didn't find any additional data or evidence relating to the case on it.
And was this something that it appeared that basically the information, just wasn't any information on it? Like you turn something back in to a company and they get rid of stuff?
It's very possible, yeah.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention finally to were you provided something that you were informed was the defendant's work laptop Lenovo computer?
Earlier on, yes.
Yes. Okay. And to tell the jury what day you actually started work on the Lenovo work computer.
On July 7th.
Detective, I'll turn your attention back to the maybe earlier in the reports, is when you first got to it. I know you did several things on it.
Right. It looks like I recorded the date on the machine on 6/20.
Okay. And were you able to, other than physically examining the computer, were you able to do anything on that? Or was there something else you had to try to do on June 25th, 2014?
Yeah, on June 25th, we realized it was full disk encryption again. We got that the BitLocker key from Home Depot, and we're able to then apply that key to it to unencrypt the drive and then acquire the drive, which I did on June 25th.
Okay. And was this a laptop that had been found with the defendant on the day in question?
I believe it was in his possession.
Okay. Now, when you got the BitBlocker to decrypt it, did you contact any organization or business to get the code?
I contacted Home Depot.
Now, when you did that, did you do, like you did on the other things, a full extraction of it? And if you did, what type of device or what program did you use?
I used Encase forensic software and used that to acquire the entire contents of the hard disk drive.
And what date did you do that on?
I did that on June 25th.
And did you at some point transfer that to a disk and provide it to detectives, the entirety of it?
I did on June 26th.
Also, on this case, let me show you what's been previously admitted in State's Exhibit 304. Ask if you recognize this. If you do, tell me how you recognize it.
Okay, this is a Lenovo T530 laptop, and based on the property control record of 250984, that is the Lenovo T530 ThinkPad that I did the analysis on.
Okay. And could you just remove that? I'll remove it for you. And just show the jury what you're talking about, what type of computer it is.
So it's just a laptop computer with the hard drive, so probably in here.
Okay. Thank you. Now, thank you, sir.
In addition to doing the extraction, did you do any detailed searching of this, or did you do any other limited searching, just kind of on the fly in this case?
I did an internet evidence find, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did an internet evidence finder on that, and that's similar to what we looked at previously to find internet artifacts that were on that computer.
Okay. And on the 26th of June, did you do a report on some limited things that you located?
I did. I found 5 URLs or 5 accesses of a social media site called Reddit, R-E-D-D-I-T.
And what was the, I guess, what tied into or brought your attention to that specific URL as far as what the, I guess, the label after the Reddit was?
Well, because the case had to do with child abuse and homicide, more than likely it entered a, like we showed you, a search by date. I entered the term child and found 5 accesses to Reddit with the term child free, one word.
Okay. Now, did you actually on July 25th, create a disk that had selected data, both pulled from what you described as Leanna Harris's MacBook, and also the things that you just talked about from the defendant's work laptop?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show defense counsel what I've marked for identification purposes in State's Exhibit 16. Okay, detective, showing you State's Exhibit 321. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It has my name, it's in my handwriting, and it says Forensic Analysis Report, Leanna MacBook and Lenovo LT Select Data.
And is that the disk that you actually transferred the information you were talking about just previously regarding your specific limited search on the Lenovo and the ones on the MacBook?
Yes, I do believe so.
You're on our
Yes, it is.
I have your State's Exhibit 321.
Same ruling.
Detective Yeager, could you just step down for a second and see if we can keep unplugging things and keep it back to coming back on the screen? All right, Detective Yeager, looking at this, which file would we go under to find the limited things that you were talking about that you created for the Lenovo?
They were on the Lenovo, so you click on that folder and there should be a file inside there. And if you click on index.html, that'll bring that report up.
Okay. Now, looking at this file, to show the results, can you explain to the jury, if I showed you, did you create something where you can explain to them what it was you actually found?
Yeah, this is a report, as I said earlier, you can do searches and create sub-reports, so it doesn't include all the information, but only that information that is pertinent to the search or the inquiry that you've made against all of that data.
Okay. And you said you found 5 results involving this. Which different thing on the left should I click for you to actually look at
I
that?
think if you click on Firefox Web History,
Okay.
and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries, and they were all, okay. So if you scroll all the way to the top, if you could. This says whether or not that was actually typed in or if it was clicked on. And this first entry was actually typed in. The rest of them were just clicked on because they existed already.
when you say typed in, what would it have been that would have been typed in?
What would have been typed in is reddit.com, everything from, you don't have to type in the HTTP:// but everything to the right of that would have been typed in order to find that.
Now, the rest of the things, would those have been just things that would have been clicked on after going to that site?
Yes, more than likely. You know, this one, the second one looks like it's almost the same time as the previous one.
Okay. And this next one?
They're all in succession, it seems to be, because they're within seconds. This is about 5 minutes later.
Okay. And
And
the
2
last one
minutes
is about
later.
2 minutes later? Okay. And just looking at these, after this, the second one is, it looks like a general reddit.com r child free,
Right.
similar to the one before. Okay. Looking at the other three, what would have been the, I guess, the descriptions of the different things that were on that website? Like,
Well, the information out here is what would be searched for in going to that site. And like I say, when I say search, it could be an icon, it could be a statement that you click on, and that would be the search criteria that it looked for. So this one would be IUD, ultrasound on Facebook, a bunch of pissed off.
and the next one?
This one would be they're searching for bingo by a convicted felon.
And the last one?
The last one is dating is nearly impossible.
And all these things, it could have been, once on this site, you just click different icons or, I
Correct.
guess, descriptions, titles, things like that of articles.
Right,
or
because
something
those
that
weren't
they-
typed in, they were accessed by clicking something on the screen that brought them to that location.
All right, thank you. You can have your seat. And Detective, other than doing that limited search and finding that, did you do any other searches of the Lenovo computer or anything in detail, or did you just turn over the main extraction to the detectives in this case?
I believe there was an internet evidence finder extraction, of which that what we just looked at was a subset, and I turned everything else over to the investigating detectives for their further analysis.
So any other analysis of searches or anything like that would have been something they'd have done, not something you would have done on that specific device that was the defendant's Lenovo computer?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right, that's all I have.
If I can have a moment just to get set up a little bit.
Please.
Before we get started, can I go ahead and have the full extraction of the devices that we talked about with you? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Detective Yeager. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I appreciate you explaining all of the hard technical stuff already. I don't have to go plow through all of that information with you. I can just go straight to what items of evidence you found on the devices that you analyzed.
Okay.
You didn't find any information on any devices that you analyzed that supported Leanna Harris being a suspect in this case.
No,
You didn't.
I wasn't looking for that data, that information. That was pretty much up to the investigating detectives.
Well, you looked for notable files or files of specific interest based on information that detectives gave you, correct?
I selected the notable files because some of them contain names and addresses of people that would have been familiar, I would have thought would have been familiar with the suspect and his wife because they were kept on their computers in some form. And I thought that might have been contact information for the investigators.
You, just as an example, you created a specific report for child-free because this was an allegation of child abuse,
Correct.
right? You didn't find anything of child-free related to Leanna Harris.
No, I did not.
Okay? You didn't find anything related to child abuse with Leanna Harris.
No, not on any of the devices, no.
And she's not a suspect, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
She's not charged in this case.
Correct.
She's never been charged. Okay? Yet you picked through her computer, top to bottom, side to side. You got bit by bit a copy of her computer, correct? And you found nothing to support her being a suspect in this case.
I did not analyze the entire computer myself. As I said, I selected some files, but the rest of it I left, like the Internet Evidence Finder information, I left for the investigating detectives for them to look through.
You looked through the computer enough to find documents that were of interest to you. Okay. Did you limit your search of that computer?
I limited to whatever would be relevant to the charges, which were child abuse and homicide.
Okay. So that would include photos.
Correct.
That would include documents. That would include internet activity.
Correct.
Correct. That would include backups to the phone or the computer if the phone is connected.
Correct.
You talked about that on direct. That would include practically any activity on a computer could potentially have evidence relevant to an allegation of child abuse or murder.
Correct.
Okay? So it's fair to say when you were looking for specific information to create sub-reports, you're looking at everything, all the data.
It's all available, but I guarantee I didn't look at everything.
What didn't you look at in regards to
Well,
Leanna Harris?
There's probably a lot of images, videos that I probably didn't look at. But in this case, the number of devices involved,
Right?
let me just,
Looking at that, I mean, in your 7 years, can you remember a case with this many devices and this much data for high-tech crimes to go through?
oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're used to this. I mean, you
It's
guys are
not,
very
we don't get them every week, but, probably every 6 months we have a large case like that.
So you're well equipped to handle all of these devices.
We're equipped to handle, and we do what we have to do to get the job done, yeah. Okay, so we had 2 cell phones, a tablet, 4 PCs, 4 storage devices, meaning SD cards or passports, and then 8 optical discs, of which I personally performed analysis on 1 cell phone, 3 PCs, 4 storage devices, and 8 optical discs. So I did not do 1 cell phone, 1 tablet, and 1 PC.
Okay.
There was a total storage of 1.5 terabytes. Okay, so that's 1.5 trillion characters.
Is that a lot or?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Okay.
So all I'm saying is, I didn't look at all 1.4 trillion characters.
Did somebody?
Probably not.
Okay. So are you saying that it's possible for evidence to have been missed?
No, what I'm saying is that with the tools that we have, the search tools, we can limit of those 1.5 terabytes.
Okay.
A lot of that may have been operating system files,
Okay.
which we just put aside unless there's something suspicious that an extension has a file has an extension like a doc file and it's really a picture, and NCASE will document those.
Okay. So I'm not able to do it nearly as well as you. Explain to the jury, why are operating files not going to be of interest to you to look at?
Operating system files?
Yes, sir.
Because it's what causes the computer or the phone to operate, and unless there's some indication that there's something hidden in them, we won't look at them.
Okay. And you never had an indication that there was anything hidden in any of the operating system files?
No.
Okay. Do you know how that would be done? How someone would hide evidence or hide activity in operating system files?
Yeah, let's say you have a video and you change it, a video might be called .mpg,
Right?
okay? Well, they may change the extension to .exe, okay? So it's a video,
Right.
but it doesn't have the correct extension on it, so if you go to try to look at it on your computer, it won't play because players only look at MPG files,
Okay.
okay? So EnCase has a process where they not only look at the extension, but they look at the prefix to the file,
Right.
okay? And if the prefix to a movie has a specific identifier to it, so the EnCase looks at operating system files for any of those prefixes that may be a document, a spreadsheet, a movie, or a video, and then it highlights those or flags those for the analyst to look at specifically.
And in this case, you didn't find any evidence that files were hidden or modified within operating system files.
Right.
Now, it's fair to say then that what you're focused on, what you're looking at, are files that reflect the activity of a user, right?
Yes.
Operating system files don't necessarily reflect the activity of the user. It's just the computer or the electronic device doing its thing,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so the 1.464 terabytes, you don't have to look at every single byte. You're really just focusing on files or information that reflect the user's activity.
Right.
Now, let me start with the iPhone 5S. This was admitted on direct, and you were given, you're familiar with a high-tech crimes examination submission form, right?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the use and purpose of this form?
Being that we service an entire police department of about over 500 sworn officers, all of whom can encounter digital devices that need to be analyzed, and we also provide service to other cities within our county, of which we have 6 cities, as well as doing work for other agencies outside of our county. We've even been involved with cases from the Secret Service that we've assisted on. So what we've done is we've created a form that says, I'd like to request services of high tech to analyze the phone. And what we do is we keep those to keep track of the requests so that we can handle them in a timely fashion. And also prioritize them based on the severity of the case.
Okay. And in this case, you received a high-tech crimes examination submission form from one of the detectives in the case, correct?
I would assume so.
You'd assume so. It's kind of standard operating
If
procedure.
they don't give us one when they come with a request,
Yeah.
we'll create one. Okay, so it's a logging mechanism.
So there isn't a device that you examine that doesn't have a corresponding submission form?
No, not true.
Not true.
Not true.
Okay.
We could get requests, and they may say, it may just say 6 cell phones, or it may say 2 storage devices or 2 PCs. The form isn't so specific that it lists every device. What's specific is the evidence control records.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Judge, may I approach? I'm handing you what's been pre-marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2929.
Mhm.
You recognize that document?
I do.
And is it a fair and accurate
Yes.
copy of the high-tech crimes examination submission form that you received regarding the iPhone 5S?
It is.
I'll move D29.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Detective Yeager, there is a portion of the form
Mhm.
that allows the detective that is requesting analysis of this device. May I see that? Does not publish. There's a section of this form, okay, that allows the detective requesting examination of a device to limit what to look for, specifics of what to look for, correct?
Right.
Okay. And it says, briefly describe what is to be searched for. Keywords, images, etc.
Right.
Okay. What were you asked to look for specifically on the iPhone 5S?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at that.
All data.
Okay, all that.
All data, right? You're tasked to look at everything on this phone. Correct?
That's not a task for me to do. That's a task to define what they're looking for. And the purpose of that is that if there's something specific that they're looking for, that we may be able to assist using technology rather than using thumbs and pens and paper, we can do that.
So what specifically were they looking for on this iPhone?
They wanted to get all the data on the iPhone.
They're looking for everything.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
That same form references a search warrant number, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on direct that you don't want to step on anybody's constitutional rights, correct?
Right.
So you'll look at the search warrant to determine parameters, what to look for, what areas of a device to go into, and what areas of the device to not go into.
Well, we can't limit what areas we do or don't go into.
You
When we
can't.
make a complete copy, we make a complete copy.
You can't limit what areas to go into,
If we make a copy of the entire device,
right?
we have a copy of the entire device.
Okay. Well,
And we do that, understand, for the reason that should the original evidence become unusable, which has happened in the past because it may be wiped, or the battery may die and not be recoverable, or it may get lost, whatever. So we have a copy of the entire device. So then what that allows us to do is not corrupt the original evidence.
Okay.
Okay, so any searching we do on the copy, not on the original.
So to avoid violating someone's constitutional rights, you can make an exact duplicate copy of the data on a device, right?
Mhm.
Could you make a more limited in scope copy of the exact copy that you made so that you don't go into files and areas of the device that don't correspond with the parameters in the search warrant or in the...
Well, the
in
parameters of
request
the
form?
search warrant, they were looking for evidence of second child abuse, or cruelty to child, second degree, and homicide.
Okay, which search warrant are you looking at?
559.
559 or 599?
Well, both of them, 599 and 559.
Okay.
Both, as a matter of fact, all the search warrants we had the same charges on them.
Did you look at these search warrants?
I looked at them for the charges and be sure the device was, that they were requesting was on there.
Well, what about the investigation and the specific facts that are being sworn to by a detective? Do you look at that portion of the search warrant?
Not unless they bring it to our attention that there's something specific that they're looking for.
Okay, was it brought to your attention in this case?
That there's something specific, not that I recall.
Okay. Well, I thought you said on direct that child-free was something specific brought to your attention.
I believe, I don't recall how I got child-free, but I suspect, since it was a child abuse case, that I entered child as a search term and child-free came up.
Okay, you said that Dark Phoenix was a term that was brought to your attention.
Correct.
Okay. So there was information brought to your attention by
Oh, yeah.
detectives in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, you were informed that he, as in Ross Harris, during an interview, stated that he recently researched through the internet child deaths inside vehicles and what temperature it needs to be for that to occur, correct?
What's your question?
You were informed.
No,
You weren't informed of that? Would it surprise you to know that it was in the search warrant that you were tasked to look at the phone and the search warrant related to that device?
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. I think we handled the search warrant issues at a prior hearing on this. I don't believe this is relevant to what was found.
Judge, may I respond? Detective Yeager was tendered as an expert, and he testified that his analysis is relative to what a search warrant allows him to do. I think I can absolutely cross-examine him thoroughly, sift and conduct a sifting examination of the basis of his opinion and what he did in the case.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would say, yes, he can ask him about what he did on it, but going into what the parameters are legally of it, I don't believe that is fair game for this.
I don't think that was the question. I'll allow whatever objection.
You agree that you were provided with this very specific information in this search warrant that corresponds with the device that you examined?
again, I don't read the details of every search warrant. What we look at is that the device is there, what are the charges, and then if something is brought to our attention that we need to specifically search for, we will. But no, I don't read, if you look at this case, we had probably 32 search warrants. And I didn't read through every one of those. No.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you very directly. Was it ever brought to your attention that Justin Ross Harris made statements regarding details about criminal charges, making detectives suspect that he may have researched the penalties for a case such as this or specific criminal charges such as murder?
Was I made aware of that?
Yes, sir.
When I first got the phone, I may have heard that over days after receiving some of the devices in conversation, but that was not something that was ever directed to me to say, look for this. Okay?
You weren't directed to look for this on June the 19th, 2014?
To look for,
Or
To look
you
for
weren't,
what?
you weren't to look for all data, we know that.
Oh, yeah.
Look for all data, and then you were specifically made aware of the statements that the male suspect also made regarding details about criminal charges, making us suspect that he may have researched the penalties for a case such as this or specific criminal charges such as murder.
and the question is,
You were
was
made
I
aware of that on June the 19th.
in the search warrant. In the search warrant, yeah. But like I say, I didn't read all of those.
Were you made aware that during the investigation, the parents, that being Justin Ross Harris and Leanna Harris, made statements that they have researched in-car deaths over the internet, what the temperature has to be and how long it takes? Were you made aware of that on June the 19th, 2014?
On June the 19th, no.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 30. You recognize that as the high-tech crimes examination submission form,
I
correct?
do.
And it is a fair and accurate copy of the one you received in regards to this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it states that, so I didn't recall that.
Okay. You were, well, Judge, I'll move D30.
No objection.
Admitted?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
You were, in fact, made specifically aware that on June the 19th, 2014, that during the investigation, the parents of the deceased child made statements that they have researched in-car deaths over the internet.
Okay?
Correct? Again, we know that your task was to extract all data from the iPhone 5S, okay, specifically to that device. You found no searches for in-car deaths over the internet. Isn't that true?
I didn't look for them.
You wouldn't look for the very information that you were provided in this form?
What I provided was an internet evidence finder, which provided all the artifacts of any internet searches or queries, and then provided to the investigating detectives for them to research.
Well, you already said that because this was a child abuse case,
Mhm.
okay? You looked for anything related to child.
Right, and I didn't find anything related to child upon my analysis.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why I turned over the rest of the extract of the Internet Evidence Finder to the investigating detectives for them to search further.
Okay, so to be clear, your analysis did not identify any searches on the iPhone 5S related to researching in-car deaths.
My analysis, correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so we'll wait to ask the other detectives that received the examination form whether they found something, okay? Fair? You provided hard copies of reports to Detective Murphy regarding your initial extraction and analysis of the phone, the iPhone 5S.
Right.
And you were provided information regarding a Dark Phoenix. That was like a username,
Correct.
right? You provided a hard copy of the call log for June the 18th, June 19th.
Correct.
You provided call log of calls between the iPhone 5S and Leanna Harris.
Correct.
You didn't provide any other hard copy reports at
From
that
that-
time.
No, from that phone, no.
Isn't it true that on that iPhone 5S, there were videos of Cooper Harris?
There may have been.
You'd agree that that's relevant to this case about Cooper Harris?
Also,
The videos of Cooper Harris.
Judge, I'm
The
not familiar
videos
with
of
the child.
the-
He's asking about something. He said he limited his search to just the stuff from that day. He didn't do further searches, so this is all speculation. It's nothing he has a basis in personal knowledge of.
Well, that specific question is speculative, but he can explore this area if he wants. But I sustain the objection as to that question, but not the topic particularly.
You limited your search on this iPhone 5S by the parameters in the evidence submission form.
right?
All data. All data would include videos, correct? Okay. Now, evidence about or that depict Cooper Harris may have evidentiary value that is relevant to an investigation of the death of Cooper Harris, correct?
It may, yeah.
It may. Right. But you did not provide a specific report that included all of the videos that Ross Harris had on his phone of Cooper Harris.
That's correct.
I believe on direct you testified that you had no further activity on that iPhone 5S after you provided those very, very specific reports. Is that true?
No, there was some activity afterwards.
Okay. What did you do in your investigation specific to this iPhone 5S after June the 19th, 2014?
On July 25th, I created a CD with that information on it.
And
The same, similar information to what I provided hard copy on June 19th.
Okay. And was that the last thing that you did regarding the investigation of this phone?
Now, on January 20th of 15, I had done another report
You did another report,
Yes.
same phone?
Of all the information on the phone.
And between those two reports that you created on the same phone, Celebrite had a more recent version of their software, correct?
I don't know, but I would assume that that's probably likely.
It allowed you to categorize and see more information on that phone, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, why was the second one done then?
Well, there was I was working with another detective in our unit,
Who's that?
Detective Smith, R.B. Smith.
Okay.
And at one point, I had requested that he create a disc of the report of the extract I had done. And evidently, we had multiple extracts for the same phone in an attempt to ensure that we got all information. And upon looking at the report that he created, I realized that the report that he created was from a different extraction than the one I had originally reported on the phone back on July 25th.
June 25th?
Well, the extraction was done on, the full extraction was actually done on July 15th.
July 15th.
Correct.
So you're saying that the results of your initial examination weren't matching up with, or your report weren't matching up with the initial extraction?
No, with the extraction that he had chose to do the report on.
Okay. So how many extractions were done in this phone?
I believe there were two.
Just two.
That's as far as I have in my reports. I believe there were two.
Okay. And how many forensic analysis reports did you create based on the data contained on the iPhone 5S?
I created two, one a subset on July 25th, and then one of everything on the phone on January 23rd of 2015.
Okay. And January 23rd of 2015, you weren't fully retired. You were still working.
7 days away.
7 days away.
Right.
Okay. Have you done anything as far as participating in the investigation of this case after you retired in January of 2015?
Other than participate in the motions hearing and today, that's it.
That's it. Okay. The forensic analysis report that you created in January of 2015 was a more comprehensive forensic analysis report than one that had been done previously.
No, it was the one I had done previously.
This is the one that we saw.
That was a subset.
That was a subset.
Right, that was not the whole thing. I had done an extraction on July 15th is when I did the full extraction. The report I created on the hard copy on June 20th was a subset that we saw, okay? And the CD I created on July 25th was also a subset.
July 15th.
July 25th was a subset. That's a report of the CD I created on July 25th.
Okay.
And on July 15th is when I did the full extract.
July 15th, you did a full extraction. Okay. And so the first forensic analysis report of the full extraction, July the 15th, 2014, was in January of 2015?
The first full report of that? Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
And so that full report is a more comprehensive picture of the bit-by-bit copy that you did on the iPhone 5S.
Yes.
And it's more comprehensive than the one that the state showed on direct. Correct?
The one the state showed was a subset.
Was a subset.
Right.
So the full report that you did in January shows more information about that phone than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, because what we saw earlier was just specific terms that were selected and reported on.
What were those terms that you specifically selected to do a smaller, less comprehensive report?
There's a contact for Dark Phoenix,
Okay?
call logs on June 18th and 19th,
Okay?
and all calls between that phone and Leanna Harris.
Okay. So you didn't look for websites visited?
No,
You didn't look for search terms typed on the phone?
no.
Even though you were told that terms were searched, topics were searched, correct?
Right.
Did you ultimately look at all of the search terms, all of the web visits that you could generate from the iPhone 5S?
Did I look at them and analyze them?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Did you create a report that provided all of that information?
The only report that I see was created was the Celebrite UFED report, which was all the data on the phone. I don't recall if I did an Internet Evidence Finder report on that.
Okay. Would the forensic analysis report that you created, the UFED, in January of 2015, would it allow a detective or yourself to look at websites visited
Yes.
on that phone? Would it allow you to look at search queries? Okay? That is, words that were typed in a search bar on the phone. Images, correct?
Yes.
Photos. That full report has as much information as you can possibly get from that phone using that software
At that time.
at that time.
Yes.
During your examination, you talked about typing in the word child to see if any relevant file or relevant hit would come up for the word child, right? Did you search for defense attorney?
No.
Did you search for a divorce lawyer?
No.
Alimony?
No.
Divorce?
No.
Murder?
I may have searched for murder.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And you found nothing?
I don't recall if I searched for it. I don't recall if I did, if I found anything.
If you were examining a phone in a murder case, okay, and you found something related to murder, would that be the sort of thing that you'd create a specific subset report about?
More than likely, yes.
You didn't in this case.
I did not.
Did you search for homicide?
Not that I recall.
Cruelty to children?
No.
Child deaths inside vehicles? Oh, I'm sorry,
No.
the court reporter needs a response.
Child deaths would have shown up with child.
Okay. And it didn't?
So I didn't.
It didn't?
Didn't find any, no.
No child deaths?
On the phone.
All right. And we'll talk about the other devices right now. I'm just
Sure.
focused on the iPhone. Hot car deaths?
No.
Child deaths?
No.
That would have come up when you did child.
More than likely.
Temperature?
No.
Hyperthermia?
No.
Malicious intent?
No.
How to survive in prison?
No.
Never. Never searched.
Not that I recall, no. If I had searched for it and I had found anything, it would be in my report.
You'd
So-
create a report about that.
Right.
Legal defense?
To answer all your questions, if I had searched for them and I had found them, they would be in my report. So either I didn't search for them, or if I did, I didn't find them, therefore they're not in my report.
Well, so the record is clear and so that the jury understands specifically, you didn't search for or find anything related to legal defense.
Correct.
Okay. Mistake of fact.
I did not.
Accident.
Did not.
Forgotten baby syndrome.
Did not.
Did not. Did you investigate the context in which the child-free web visits were made?
I did not.
Did anyone?
I don't know.
Judge Mavridge.
It's a good time to break for lunch, plus it's here, so that makes it even better, doesn't it? Close your notepads, leave them in your jury room, open mind, no conversation about the case, and y'all are gonna have a good lunch.
It's all right with jury, please. Please watch your step going down.
We'll break till 1:30, y'all have a good lunch. We'll stay until I'm allowed to leave.
Sorry,
Maybe not, I don't know. Right now, it's 1:30.
it could impact the lunch break.
I'll do what I'm told.
Try to catch up with him. Close that door behind you.
It's a quick administrative matter, Judge.
Yes.
I was contacted by your clerk, Mr. Phillips, yesterday. We've been
Please
periodically
be seated.
accessing evidence during the breaks to assist with the orderly presentation of the case. Out of abundance of caution, he asked that we prepare an order that would allow us to continue to do so during breaks so that we can keep our case moving in an orderly fashion. So I have a proposed order.
I appreciate you doing that. He mentioned it to me, and I said, y'all get something together.
It comes from the clerk's form. I got it from Miss Lisa Blaylock, and I just kind of edited it a little bit.
Very good. You have a problem with that, Mr. Kilgore?
I just want to make clear exactly what piece of evidence we're talking about. I don't think that order is specific.
It's not, and it varies so far. For example, we took electronic devices yesterday, and when we met with Detective Yeager, I should say, when Mr. Bourne met with Detective Yeager, we had those electronic devices in the disc so that he could review them, assist with the presentation this morning. So it is not specific, but that's an example of what we might do.
Well, in that case, we're not satisfied with that order.
Okay.
Because that does not tell us what is leaving this courtroom and is in the possession of the district attorney's office after it has been tendered and admitted into evidence.
I think that you all need to talk about this and take a look at the order and see what kind of mashing it needs. And if y'all can't agree, then I will take it up. And I think that lunch is a good time to do that. And it sounds like you want to, have this in order to do some work during lunch? Then you need to both look at it right now.
We don't need to do it at lunch today, but during at least one break over the weekend, we're going to want access to the evidence, so we can discuss that.
Okay, y'all need to talk about it first. And then if you can't reach an agreement, bring it to my attention. And we can certainly deal with it today.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, we'll have to deal with it today. So here it is, and I've got it.
Take a look at it.